was a pretty cool trailer actually. I liked how there was entirely no dialogue, just kind of like, getting like the vibe. And, seeing like a couple of scenes. So very like visual storytelling there, which is definitely speaking for the game too. But yeah, with that, welcome back to another Alan Wake stream. Today was session number 2, and the continuation of Alan Wake's dreams and nightmares, I guess you could say. Being a writer, he's going to write thoughts. Is that the name? It's been like a week or so since we had our first session, so I'm definitely a bit rusty on the mechanics and gotta get kind of like refreshed on the story. But yeah, it's been a really interesting take so far on kind of like a surreal horror game. And yeah, today we're gonna continue with the second chapter called Taken, and see where Alan Wake's stories be headed next.
I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Hey, handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on.
I really do like the coffee, that's for sure.
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me.
It's really interesting, kind of like the different vibes you get from the story, because this is quite differently written and also told by Alan compared to the first story. And I guess what could be the case, since it kind of like seemed to have been jumping from like one memory to another, or like one story to another. It's kind of like Alan Wake's stories meshing together or something. Could be. I do like how this starts here. It's a very different style.
This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now. My wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
Alan Wake returned to sender. There's like only one thing in the cabinet, like painkillers or something, or like medicine. There's nothing else in the room. Thank you, Grace. I hope you have a good start into your day. And thank you for lurking too. I hope work is going well for you. And then it's gonna be an enjoyable day. And yeah, thank you so much. Definitely gotta be having a good time today with Alan Wake, I think. I've really been enjoying the first session with this. So I've been really looking forward to play more of Anna Wake's story.
The continuing freezing rain and heavy snowfall have necessitated a winter storm warning in the entire tri-state area. People are advised to stay indoors as many roadways are already closed, and city officials are not expecting snow crews to keep up with the weather. We're now on the third day of the blizzard, and the weather is not expected to clear up anytime soon.
Can actually go out there, but understandable, you know, with that kind of like blizzard here.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan! Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
I'm right here, baby.
I'm fine, I'm fine. Just get the lights back on, now, please.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
Present day.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head. I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
Now want some fish? Would you like me a bit of salmon or trout?
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine.
I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Deputy Grant. The bulbs will need changing soon. You can't change them in the dark.
I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now.
Very good. I'll come back later on to remind you, just in case.
Mr. Wake, the sheriff is waiting for you in her office down the corridor. That was Cynthia Weaver. I guess you can call her the town eccentric. She used to be the editor of the local newspaper, but she's focused on, other things these days.
She'd fit right in where I come from.
As you can see, she's a little obsessed with maintaining the light bulbs of the whole town, refuses to step on shadows, things like that. Back in her day, she wrote about all sorts of weird things in the paper. Bright Falls has a colorful history. Of course, what small town hasn't?
Have you seen this man? Disappeared on the 20th of June 2007. Identifying features: neck for winning contests.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
I mean, she actually looked into my phone.
Your phone, Mr. Wake?
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd locked me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alice, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
Well, that's not ominous at all. What happened last night, Bastard? Welcome in. I mean, in the game. Yeah, Anna Wake doesn't remember actually. He just crashed with the car. And his wife is gone.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he quit drinking for good.
Oh, no such luck. He went on a bender and beat Danny pretty badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke up. You can get to the back lot through that door and down the corridor, Mr. Wake.
Thanks.
Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the lights on? The deputies, they don't understand. They won't listen to me. I need it to be bright in here.
Yeah, everybody has like a serious scare of the darkness, it seems.
In spite of its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power.
Hey! Hey, you! Can you help me? Hey! Please help me, man! I hate this! I can't stand the dark anymore! Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're alright. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See, sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, "Go through the fence on the left."
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the Sheriff's Department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deer Fest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting, the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car. The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall on the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
Interesting, because the story is like in a reference, I guess, to what we're experiencing, I reckon.
Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
It's kind of like already talking about something that might be happening, you know? What might happen, like, similarly.
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
Can I like climb over here? Yes, I can't. I mean, Let's just go out here.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
I really like this aspect about the story, you know, how like the stories that Alan is writing is kind of like influencing what we kind of like perceive in the game. And there's like different stories apparently meshing together. That's what I assume is happening.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh! Hey! Oh, my!
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan. She even has a fan site dedicated to you. And she was very helpful when I was looking for you. Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week. And someone's got Alice.
Do
and
you
everything's
understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
This place kind of reminds me of Twin Peaks, actually. Which I guess is kind of a bit of a reference for this game. You know, kind of like the surrealism, like small town, something goes awry, you don't really know what's happening, kind of like story.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky. Max is still groggy from the shot I gave him, and I'd rather not leave him alone just yet. The form's on the desk across from the mammoth skeleton.
Poor boy.
Okay, boy. We're almost done here.
Yeah, imagine, you know, kind of like people setting traps in like a park.
Seriously,
Like, what the fuck?
you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No, this whole thing. Listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too.
And plot twist, he's the guy who's been kidnapping our wife.
Asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay. Okay, maybe something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
Watch Barry get shot or something because you dragged him into the situation. That would be kind of unfortunate because I do kind of like Barry so far. The skeleton of a Colombian mammoth, Mammuthus columbi. This specimen, estimated to be 14,000 years old, was recovered from the La Brea tar pits in 1981. It was donated to the Elderwood National Park in 1998, when the Colombian mammoth became Washington State fossil. Named Bucktooth Charlie, it has since become the park's official mascot.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be Deliverance all over again.
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
Yes, definitely seeming like he's doing out of friendship.
Yep, you go ahead and do what you have to do. I'll be fine. Alone, but fine. In a cabin straight from a horror movie.
Instead of doing it for him as like an agent. I mean, I guess a bit of both, but still. Seems quite genuine.
Real funny, Al. Real funny. Ha ha! Thank you! I'll just sit here in the dark till you come back. Or until I get eaten by a grue.
Keep getting batteries, that means we're gonna get into some fights soon. Well then, I guess we're heading out here. Oh, nice. There's an electro grill. I mean, I prefer coal, but that's still pretty nice. I do like the heat management and like an electro grill.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
I can use the car here. Let's have a look around first. Yeah, how do you dodge again? Alright, you just tap left bumper. Okay, I think we have explored everything here, at least up there.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done,
but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Hey Vision, welcome in. How's your plan going to take over the world? Hey Madonna, welcome in too. I guess we have to take the car now. Unless... I'm gonna try to explore like every nook and cranny. Jesus. Oh shit. There's somebody outside.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm gonna check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Well, considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Where's the person gun? It was like going outside of a house. That's not creepy at all.
Where is Charles Lee?
Imagine randomly finding Charles Lee in one of his houses. But as a zombie, of course. Because he's dead.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish. Especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took a kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark, believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
That was amazing. I love these small kind of like TV shows of Night Springs. I like the comedy behind it now. It doesn't really take itself very serious.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. "Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page."
Okay, let's go up here first. It's a pretty late page here. Okay, I'm gonna wait until we get to that part of the story before we read it.
The vision left me weak.
Mr. Wake?
Oh, hell.
It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened. Shh. Good boy.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's going to make it for very long.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on. At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe.
The cold light of a moon, I reckon. So maybe get to a point where Wake gets caught by one of the taken ones, I guess. And we're like about to die, but then the moonlight kind of like saves us. I do like how you find pages of like what could happen, because it's just based on a story, which doesn't mean it's like exactly happening the way it happens in the game.
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Rusty!
Jesus Christ.
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness. Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Don't tell me the dog has gone bad, please.
Please don't feed the animals.
Fishing! Urges up, Park.
Uh-oh.
Park Rangers instructions.
At all times.
Rusty, no!
Never. Two bears and wolves. Never approach any other. Closer than
25 yards.
Pets must be leashed. It is or historical artifacts from the park.
Take that. Uh-oh. So die Dodge-Schwert. Oh, nice. So much ammo. I like it. But yeah, I guess everyone has been taken now. That's not good.
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I definitely think Barry's gonna be taken. Unfortunately. But who knows. Hopefully I'm proven wrong.
In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
Well, press F for both of them, I guess.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
A Moonshine Cave? Side of freaking bootlegger activity throughout the Prohibition. It was mostly used for temporary storage of alcohol smuggled from Canada, but at times alcohol was also distilled on the premises. Nice, a shotgun. And some batteries. I take it. You would shit your pants. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been moments where I definitely got a bit scared. But it was more like not during combat or something, but for example, earlier we were kind of like in a house and listening to something, and all of a sudden there's like a random person going by the window, but it's nowhere to be found. Like, I would be more scared of, like, when I don't know where somebody is, you know. But, yeah, definitely gets to me sometimes. Okay, so that's how we have to go. So let's go the other way. But I think either way, they've done a pretty good job at making everything feel a bit scary. Okay, this is still late in the story, so I'm not gonna read it just yet. Oh, nice. I have a shotgun. With even more ammunition. Great old one. Hit by lightning in 1937, this exceptionally tall Rocky Mountain Douglas fir, Pseudozuga-menziesi subspi-glocka, was over 200 years old. According to local legend, it stretched beyond the stars. After it fell, it was measured to be 66 meters tall, nearly a record length.
I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason, packed with supplies. batteries, flares, ammo. Things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Yeah, almost like Ellen was writing the story in a way that might change it to the benefit of Ellen in the story. I think that might have been the case, you know, if that person exactly knew what he needed and when. It's kind of cool how it's a very introspective story in lots of ways, you know. Kinda wish I could take the X there. Just like melee everybody. Alert. Oh no. Oh no no no. That guy thinking he's good at stealth or something. Jesus. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm dead. I didn't realize I was like going into a corner. Breast and pepperonis. Jesus, this guy's like just charging at me. Yeah, that fight was definitely a bit more intense than the last couple of fights. Nothing here.
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
There's an agent behind us now.
Shit.
Of course it had to happen. Now we get the moonlight saving us.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares won't keep the bastards away.
Yeah, that's what I meant with, like, you know, there's kind of like a story behind this that is only influencing what is happening here in the game. But it's not happening the exact same way, right? In the story it was Moonlight saving him. It was, you know, a guy throwing like flare guns. But in the way, you know, it's like the same effect, the same consequence. Hey there, pigs. Welcome in.
Hell, of course I see him. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up. You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake.
One kill him, dude.
Bring it! What I got for you? Filthy monster! How's that, huh? Wait, where'd that one go? Hear that? It's them. Stop fighting me! Like that, boy? Ah! Oh! That's how you want to play it. Ah! Give it! That's right.
And yeah, it's going pretty good to picks. We're only playing through the second chapter of this game. And yeah, I've been really enjoying it. I think it has a really cool, unique like way of storytelling. And though I'm not like the biggest, like I don't watch or play like lots of horror, I do definitely enjoy like psychological, like surreal horror elements. And that game is definitely ticking that box. Hey there, Afro. Welcome in.
Just keep coming. Stop moving! Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake.
Do I like the Quarry as well? I haven't actually played the Quarry yet, but Rod actually redeemed that quite recently for me to play on the gaming list. So it is definitely marked as a game I will be streaming at some point.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold him off, damn it! Just a little longer. Scare him off.
Jesus. Let me run, please.
Oh, you feeling better now, Wake? All cozy and safe.
It looks old and kind of new at the same time. Yeah, this game is from like 2010, I believe. So definitely got a couple years. The same year that Brotherhood came out. But there's a remaster version that launched like 2 years ago or so. Or 1.5 years. However, I'm actually playing the original version from 2010.
More players here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming. Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming! That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake. Stop fighting me!
Damn, dude. Same really isn't the best, is it?
Piece of cake, Wake.
Jesus. Man, I really need a gun or something. Because that big guy is hurting.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her up. No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
So what's the plot here? Monsters, aliens? How much ammo is this man carrying? Definitely too much. That's for sure. But yeah, the plot is essentially we're playing Alan Wake, who's a very prominent writer of like horror stories, I guess. And we're going on a vacation with our wife. And going like to his cabin, and suddenly everything goes awry. Our wife goes missing. We get memory loss. Don't exactly know of everything that's happened. Suddenly there's people who are taken and are kind of like zombie-like. And essentially what's happening, in my theory at least so far, is that the stories that he's been written are kind of like mashing together in kind of like a nightmare scenario. And apparently whatever he writes has kind of like influence on what's happening in the game, but it's only like having influence. It doesn't entirely happen exactly the way it happens in the manuscript. So yeah, it's a very kind of like introspective, surreal horror experience. No worries, Hitpix. Thank you so much for being here and for coming by. I hope you have a good rest. And cheers to it. I definitely have a good time with Alan Wake. Been a great story so far.
On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now. Rusty warned me about these traps. It hurt like hell. I was stuck.
Jesus Christ. Didn't expect that. Bad trap. That's not the first reference to kind of like bears being on our side, right? Like for example, where we had all the supplies waiting for us, it was like kind of like a shrine of a bear or something. Maybe it's like associated with something positive here for Ellen. Yeah, there's lots of traps here. What the fuck? Didn't see anything there. Nice miss. It's another guy. Oh.
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw. I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here. It was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
I like how I dodged into the X and negated the damage. And other times I did dodge not at the right time, but it didn't hit me and I still took the damage. It's kind of interesting. It means it's more like animation based than what's actually happening to your hitbox or something. Kind of like you're getting immunity whenever the dodge animation, the perfect dodge happens.
When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
Well, guess we have to deal with some birds here soon.
Beware of Widowmakers!
Darkness wears her face. I like how I can pick up a manuscript page from there.
hazardous occupation.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this guy was tanky and have lots of darkness in him. Took like ages to get him to like normal state. Thankfully we have flare guns, which are quite effective.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What, am I crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on. I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
Quite literally.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
Okay, and this page is part of the DLC, so I can keep on reading here, I believe.
Rose knew that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was. Nobody in Bright Falls seemed to know where Al was, but Rose, the waitress at the diner, had seen him. From what Barry could tell, Al pretty much fell off the face of the earth when he left the diner. Rose was just the kind of fan that Al hated, but she really tried to help. She was smart too, knew a lot about what was going on in the town, knew a lot about Al, even knew who Barry was. Barry liked her. That was no big surprise. When it came to women, Barry and Al rarely saw eye to eye. The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around. Shadows stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees, and melt again to reveal the Taken. No natural path had brought them here.
Right. Seems like we're almost done with the code. I always want to say codex pages because I just collected all of them in AC2. But of course the manuscript pages of this chapter. This is locked off from inside.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Ellen trying to fix the story so that when she ends up saving Alice. Yeah, I was about to say. There's definitely someone inside. What a bastard. But then again, I was interrupting him taking a shit, so... Can I blame him? Let's see what's happening on the woman's side here. Nobody in the cabin there, at least. The car mechanics though. It's so old school. That's some really weird car mechanics here. Better go from here, wo? Oh, guess I gotta get out here.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
yeah, these big fellas, they deal quite a bit of damage. Hey Velucinda, welcome in. Good morning. How's Alan Wake going? Still enjoying it? Absolutely, yeah. I think it's a really intriguing storyline so far. I like how, you know, it's really just all in Alan Wake's head in a way. And how his stories are kind of like mashing together. And also definitely enjoy the gameplay as well. Even though it can be much of the same. I think it's definitely satisfying.
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Yeah, it's definitely quite the interesting story. It's kind of a reason I decided to kind of like play it eventually, because whenever I saw Rod play it, I thought the story was definitely something unique. You don't see so often in a game like this. But yeah, how about you, Vo? How was the rest of Dying Light yesterday? I hope you had a good time with it. Okay, I've been here before.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
The darkness controls the Taken. Makes sense, I guess. The rest of your stream went well. You got all the available side quests done, and you only have story left for the most part. Some side quests do not appear until after certain story events. You might finish it today. Very nice. That's awesome. That's definitely fair too, you know. Kind of like having to wait, I guess, until you finish the story. But yeah, that's another kind of like horror-like game that I'm quite interested in. Like the Dying Light, like both of the games, I guess. I do like how parkour has like a certain, you know, focus in it. It's actually really cool, like one of the parkour athlete teams that I watch on YouTube quite regularly, called Stora. They actually have done like a special for Dying Light 2 in a cooperation with the game studio, I guess. Kind of like created their own version of like a Dying Light 2 parkour kind of like video.
Ow! Ow! I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
This isn't normal? Ouch. Jesus. Like 2 or 3 swarms attacking you at the same time. That's not pleasant at all. Techland recently made part of a dev kit available for use so people can make their own custom environment. It's interesting. Oh, really? Interesting. It's always cool, I think, when game development teams kind of like make it like open source almost, you know, to create like your own kind of like gameplay levels. I was talking about a real life video of like Stora, the parkour team, like doing parkour themselves and kind of like dressing themselves up as like Dying Light characters essentially. So like a real life version of Dying Light. I kind of like filmed it in preparation for the release of Dying Light 2, I think. Like a few weeks or months before it launched.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
Bye now.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the Oh Dear
Diner.
Good girl.
Come here. Pretty please, can you tell me where I am? You want to say something?
End of episode 2.
I need to get my bearings.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip the music here because it's gonna be flagged within the broadcast.
Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
Episode 3, Ransom.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and, get this, Most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Amazing. So Zane never existed as a writer, at least. But yeah, so now that we finished the second chapter, this is a good point to kind of like make a break for now. And then we can start fresh into the third chapter, which I would also like to play and finish through today. So far each chapter has been about 2 hours long, so I assume the next chapter is gonna be about the same. But yeah, if it's gonna be much longer than 2 hours, then we might not get through it today. But yeah, it would be cool to get through like half of a game, because I think there's like 6 chapters total, which would kind of like fit with what I've seen on How Long to Beat, that it's about like 10 to 15 hours of playtime. So yeah, excited to see how we continue here with the third chapter. But until then, I'm gonna go and take a break, and I will be back in about 15 or so. Lucinda, Dying Light 2 has a few more parkour belts and wizards than Dying Light 1 does. Yeah, I've seen some gameplay videos on the improved mechanics and looked really cool actually. Always love when games kind of like dive into that kind of like sport. I think it's really, really underrated. Yeah, the transition was good. I do like how the episodes begin and how they end in this game. Thank you, Lucinda. I appreciate it. But yeah, until then, I'm gonna leave you with some of the amazing soundtrack for Alan Wake. And then I'll be back in just a few. Alright, welcome back. Let me just wait until this ad is over in 10 seconds before we get back into the game. Alright, welcome back to more of Alan Wake with the beginning of the 3rd chapter. And yeah, we're currently in the chapter called Ransom. So I guess it's all about kind of like making a deal for if Alice is gonna be able to make it or not. And yeah, we now have our friend Barry with us, who's also our agent. And he's now convinced that we're not crazy, but actually are talking the truth about the Taken. So yeah, we got him on our side for now. I just really hope that he's not gonna become a Taken himself, but I have a feeling that he might will be.
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
Yeah, just like casually dropping it here.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going. I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right.
That's really cool.
I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
It's pretty cool, you know, that like the reason the stories aren't exactly how Alan writes them down is that he has kind of like an evil editorial person, you know, who's like constantly like interfering and like changing the story, making edits.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you
My
like
gun
it?
and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Randolph called the police.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Great. Now we have the sheriffs on our ass as well. It's just perfect. First FBI agent, now the sheriff's office yet again.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know? I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had argument with Danny. You know, Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah, well, you know, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me, bail today, and now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting, man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. I you know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
How can I be sure you'll walk away?
Yeah, that's very comforting words there. Hey there, Elaine. Am I playing your favorite game of all time? Well, if it's in Awake, then yes, I am. Just started with chapter 3, and yeah, I've been really enjoying it so far. I really love the way they tell the story. Okay, there's somebody.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Spillane!
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
That was such a stupid decision.
I needed to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Make it easy on him. Get after it. Don't let him get away.
Try not to look guilty.
Move it.
Shit.
You let him get away.
Let's get out of here. Oh, now we've got the police and FBI even more on our asses. But then again, I guess I can understand that he wants to save his wife in time, but that's not ideal. And we could have just proven that, you know, she's still alive and everything.
Stop running! Freeze! Okay, men. Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Oh, damn.
Fan out! Over here! Stop! God damn it! Where'd he go? Keep an eye out! God damn it! Where'd he go? Look away! Keep an eye out!
Love the music here. Okay.
He's gone! Come on, guys! We need to head him off!
The dark presence sleeps.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the rider on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
This way! Over here!
Cypher Duck is working on our side now.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Wow. But now after a monster, believing that Alan Wake is doing this.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
Hey the Maxi, welcome in. Good day to you. That's not good.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, Mulligan, what are you doing? Come on.
Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over.
Go ahead, Mulligan. Over.
We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over.
I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over.
Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over.
Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The, Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
And yeah, I'm doing well, thank you, Maxi. Enjoying some more of Alan Wake. We just finished with the second chapter. And yeah, the story's getting more interesting by the minute. Really intrigued to find out what it's all gonna come down to. Just installing AC Syndicate on the PS5. Nice. I hope it runs a bit smoother and overall is looking better. I mean, I guess they only fixed the lighting bug, right? But either way, hopefully it's looks good. Eva and Stonius, welcome in.
I could see the lights of the radio station in the distance. I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine.
Yeah, not sure that's the best idea.
The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light. There was no power to the searchlight.
Oh, that's lucky. It went out exactly the moment where we broke the darkness. Okay, at least I have a flashlight now. Still need some weapons, though.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Yeah, flashbangs might be a nice idea. Absolutely, Anstonios. Yeah, I think it's a really, really good game so far. I love the atmosphere that it creates. But what I love even more is kind of like the narrative, you know, and the whole setup of the stories of Alan Wake mesh with kind of like this nightmarish vision. And I was kind of like battling the Evo editorial person. It's a very unique take on a story like this, I think.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10-15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
Well, I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Quite like the voice acting this game too, from his like random citizens. There's also a mini official TV series on YouTube. Really? That's pretty cool. Is it anything like the kind of like TV spots you see in the game? Because I quite enjoyed those TV spots as well. Uh-oh. Damn, flashbangs are actually overpowered. Just so everybody to your position for one and it's done. Okay, that's quite late in the story here, so I'm gonna wait until we got more pages to fill the space there. The main story, Bright Falls is the name. Oh, definitely gotta make sure to check that out. Maybe after I finish this game. Maybe we could even watch that like on stream if it's not awfully long. Nice. Some flares. Rip. Now I'm out of stun grenades or flash grenades for. Which was like my only weapon, pretty much.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Oh, why, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us? Well,
let the trash sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna. Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake.
It's like a one-man army or something.
It looks like Mr. Wake is going to need a moment before we can talk, so let me give you a little background while he prepares himself. You've all heard the name, of course. Alan Wake is the author of a very successful series of Alex Casey crime novels. He's changed gears, though. He's now working on a horror story.
Right, so it was like a crime thriller. Right, and then became like a horror writer.
Ugly encounters with the paparazzi in recent years, although, speaking for myself, it's hard to blame him for that.
Wait, so you don't want to blame artists for paparazzi incidents?
I met him on the ferry last week. He's avoided the spotlight pretty well, but here he is, taking some time out of his vacation to talk to us.
How can I be sure you'll walk away?
It'd be kind of anticlimactic if I just wouldn't go in there and not talk to him. So you guys might be a bit disappointed.
I had no idea how to get to the coal mine. Maine would know. And I had a feeling I wouldn't get a chance to ask anyone else anytime soon.
Yeah, so kind of like locked in here, can't go outside anymore. Fair enough then.
Ah, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt it.
Whoa, everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him. What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
Yeah, that guy is just nuts. Immediately shooting like every time, you know? Even if it's like a civilian. It's like he almost wants to shoot the civilian. Or something. Nightingale in the radio station.
Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
So I can only escape here really, can I? Okay, there we go. It's like going to some ocean.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Yeah, probably Alan Wake thought it himself in the story to kind of like aid him in succeeding here. Oh shit. nice, I tut die dort schwer. The darkness controls the taken. Ja. Bonusfair. Sarah distrusts Nightingale.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
It's probably another guy that has been taken possession by the darkness, I reckon. By the editorial.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. It's something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
Yeah, I mean, she probably has been taking possession the same way that Rose has been taken possession of. Wake attacked by a possessed object.
The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Oh, guess you know what's expecting us, yeah? That's not ideal.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there. darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
What the fuck? The pipe killed me.
Of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Hey, the Spectrum, welcome in. It was kind of unexpected, even though we just read it in the manuscript page. Okay, how about we just use like a flare?
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Okay. Jesus. I just have to run here, don't I? Never mind, I completely wasted my flares there. Wake in the dark presence of a lodge.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me. As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
I still have a heavy-duty flashlight now. in light, you can hurt them. It would be nice if these messages were actually helpful, not telling me something I already know. Thanks for confirming, though. It's very nice.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition. But you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss. Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
Honestly, I think this might be my favorite part of this game. The Night Spring episodes. Which is so silly, but funny. Wake attacked by the dark presence.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Jesus, okay then. It was a big one. Eva Tractor time. Hey Vermola, welcome in. Good morning. I hope it's a good one for you so far. It's kind of funny, I actually remember watching you play this part of a game. With the Evo Tractor. Nice, got a decent amount of flares now. That's gonna be helpful. You remember struggling with it? I honestly don't remember myself if you did or not. Are there like multiple scenes where like an Evo Tractor appears, or is that like the only one?
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
So we could take the car, or we could go by foot. Honestly, I think I'm gonna take the car, because this is not during night, so that means exploring isn't quite as important. Right, it's not like we can find like ammunition and weapons on the way there.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the Dark Presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
Okay, let's have a look over here, Wo. What I'm doing about today, harder work. You think that's the only scene like that, but it's been quite a while. Fair enough. Definitely fair enough. Maybe I take the car after all. It's one of the weirdest driving mechanics I've had in a long time in a game. But it's definitely forgivable, because obviously that's not the game's focus at all. It's kind of funny having like car mechanics like that. Driving this game is so bad. It really is, yeah. Also the way the camera moves with it, you know. More like gimmick than anything else. Oh, nice. Another radio station.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big-shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now. because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
Nobody cares about me. Ain't even got a friend. Baby's gone and left me. When will my troubles end? Black night is falling. Oh, I hate to be alone.
Which I think is kind of like entertainingly bad, you know. Wish I could drive that car instead.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Well, see, to me, that's strange, because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever, and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or, heck, childish even? Hey, there's plenty of fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything, but what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here.
Okay.
Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work, I don't know, but, well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then, there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
You can't argue with the heart, Pat.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
Yeah, he's definitely not living in the past at all. By comparing everyone he meets with the love of his life, you know. But yeah, honestly, I also don't believe, you know, that there's like only one person in the world that anyone should or could be with, you know. And yeah, it would kind of also just not make any logical sense if you think about it, you know, because what are the chances of you finding the one, you know, and how many people have found the one? Because the chance would be like 1 to like 7 billion or something, you know. We'd have to like literally meet every person on the world to find like the one. You know, if that's like only one person you could be with. But obviously, if you fall in love with somebody, it does feel like, you know, that person is the one for you. That's totally fine. But that doesn't mean, you know, that there's no other person that could have been the one instead. If you catch my drift. Someone somewhere said one person for the different stages in your life. Yeah. I wonder who that was. That's fair, I guess, to say. I hope for that, you know, I'm gonna have one person to stay with me for the different stages of my life. But yeah, it's definitely fair. Or sometimes, of course, people grow away from each other because they're like different stages of our life too. So many places to visit. Wonder if I could jump. Yeah.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
Look at that drifting, wo? I didn't know you could do that. I like it. While there were some earlier residents in the area, the true genesis of the town of Bright Falls came with the founding of the Bright Falls Mining Company and the opening of the Bright Falls coal mine in 1878. Although the work was hard and dangerous, many immigrants, Germans, Poles, Italians, Finns and Swedes, among others, worked the mines. Okay, that's like a later page here. Yeah, there's quite a few pages still in this chapter.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Wait.
Where the hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by you.
You want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello?
Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him!
I had to get to Mirror Peak. closer than ever before.
What the fuck? Was just a little bit scary. Okay, well then, I guess I have missed a couple pages here. That's alright. Let's keep on reading in this order.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror. With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good. When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
Interesting. So Thomas Zane, the writer who was in Bright's Fall before Alan Wake, fell for Barbara Jagger, and Barbara Jagger is the editorial person, right? That's kind of like standing for the darkness. So maybe she's the muse to him, feeding his dark desires or like his darkness. Whereas Alice, our wife or partner, I guess, might be the opposite. You know, maybe she's the light in Alan Wake's life. Who knows? Jesus. Fuck. You guys be... Grab his flare guns, please. These objects are really annoying, because you don't really know exactly when they will launch at you. With the guys at least have like an animation, right? god. Definitely should use more of these flashbangs here. Scary at all. Oh, come on. And I wish you could aim these grenades a bit more. Just want to throw it down there through the hole. Didn't work, unfortunately.
What the hell? The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
You can actually drive. But what for? Maybe it's like my escape vehicle or something. Oh, I have to drive through here. Let's try this. Car was definitely worth it. So I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually a bit surprised there's a remaster version of this game, because so far I don't really see the need for it, you know, playing the OG version. I think graphically it's still a really good looking game. I mean, yeah, it's a, you know, product of its time, of course, but there's no fault in that, I don't think. I think the gameplay also works really well, you know. Speaking of graphics, you installed your new GPU last night. Took you 12 minutes. Nice, dude. That's excellent. So how does it run so far? Are you liking it? The performance increase? Jesus. Jesus, this guy. Seems great you upped Hogwarts to Ultra in a range smooth as butter. Oh yeah, dude. Did you also enable like ray tracing as well? No, it's a pretty like intensive option, but it looks so damn good with a lot of games. Jeez. I hate these objects. I'd rather fight like a horde of enemies than these things. Wake touched by the dark presence.
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the dark presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
Yeah, that would make sense, you know, that there's kind of like a duality now within Ellen, you know, like the dark presence and then the light in form of Alice. At least I hope. Maybe Alice turns out to be the dark, but I don't think so. I think she's definitely the light. Which also explains why she's so afraid of the dark, right? Because it's like literally the opposite of her. But who knows, maybe I'm totally wrong here. And just misinterpreting the story.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were Standard Power Company equipment.
Let's have a look if there's anything in this direction here. Doesn't seem like. Man, I love the flash grenades. I love how they like instantly kill off everyone. It's so strong. Oh, shit. Fuck. Why didn't the dodge work? I want to go like into them to then use a flash grenade, but couldn't manage to get the perfect dodge there. It's fine. Set on the perfect dodge. I swear. Jesus Christ. Why can't I seem to get the perfect dodge? Yeah, tricky bastards. These guys are. But at least I got past them now. Wake and bury in the cell.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
That sounds good. Why did you arrive at Ellen? Why? Okay, let's go up here first. I think that's like a unique weapon or something. Oh yeah, more flashbangs. No, I didn't get the coffee thermos. Never mind. Not getting all of them either way. Doesn't matter if I miss one. Yeah. It's like 100 or so in the game.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Pump action shotgun. Don't mind if I do. Oh, Jesus Christ, that scared me. Ready, dodge that.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Yeah, all of his crosses don't really make me hope for the best here.
May cause cancer.
Come on.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Wake and Casey.
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
Great Peak Gorg, or George. Originally founded in 1928, the Great Peak Gorg mining town was one of the permanent settlements the Brightfords Mining Company built for its workers. The nearby graveyard is a testament to the dangers the miners faced on a daily basis. Most of the men who lost their lives over the years here were buried there, a grim reminder to be careful for those who remained. Great Peak Gorg was abandoned almost overnight when the Brightfords Mining Company closed its doors in 1970. Jesus. Also, give me just one sec, guys. I gotta check something. Alright, I'm back. Let's carry on. Did a perfect dodge once. Jesus, why are these... doing so much freaking damage?
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
I don't think you should. But just embracing the darkness, isn't it? I have to go back in there, don't I? Oh, yeah, I can go through this door.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Nice. But yeah, the amount of flare guns we just got makes me think we're gonna get into a massive fight here at the end of the chapter. Let's hope I'm proven wrong, but quite sure that's gonna be the case.
Birds.
Yes? Yes. You can talk to me, you know? I'm listening. Nightingale in the Majestic.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
And we could explain why he's so quick to shoot everybody. He believes, you know, they're just taking possession by the darkness. Everyone who's on like Ennon's side.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Let's maybe do it a bit lower here, because Interesting, so that's actually the last page here. So I'm gonna wait until we find all the other pages first. Or at least some of them. What are the chances of this one actually doing its job? If I'm gonna be attacked by birds here, don't I? What the fuck? What's that? Heck? Imagine doing like a no-death run and that happens to you or something. Okay, let's go look back already, because that's the direction where they will attack from. It's fine. Hey Varrot, welcome in. It's been going pretty good, yeah. We just have the tail end of the third chapter here. played through chapter 2 as well today. Yeah, we also had some tough encounters for sure. Especially whenever like objects are flying at you, I'm still a bit struggling with. But yeah, it's been good fun. I've been really enjoying it, especially the way the story is unfolding so far. How was the rest of your stream? I hope it went well with Red Dead 2 today. Cauldron Lake. The 8th deepest lake in the world, Cauldron Lake is a caldera lake formed in a volcanic crater. The volcano itself could be considered to be active, but it has not erupted since the volcanic earthquakes of 1970, and even then the underground activity was comparably mild. Despite some property damage, there was no casualties. Cauldron Lake is one of the most beautiful spots in the Bright Falls area, as well as a central figure in many local folk tales. It's a popular recreational area for the area residents. Both can be damn annoying. Glad you've been enjoying it. It went really well. And now that playthrough is on hold, next Thursday doing your annual run, but with a surprise challenge. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Interesting. Then you're gonna continue with the playthrough once you finish your annual run? Or you're gonna take a bit more time until you get back to it? Well, it's definitely fair, you know, to give yourself a break from that playthrough and kind of like do a more gameplay focused one. But they're looking what kind of challenge that might be. Also, hey there, Godi. Welcome in, dude. Uh-oh. That bridge is so gonna bust. Great. Fantastic. But depending on how you feel, you might also do your annual Red Dead 1 straight after, or we do split streams of Red Dead 2 and the annual Red Dead 1. I gotcha. It's definitely fair, you know, to kind of like switch it up a little bit. Kind of like depending on what you might be in the mood for as well. What do I think of Barry? I think he's a really funny character. Wasn't too sure at first of him, but he's definitely grown on me, you know. And I could understand where he's coming from, but then I really liked, you know, that the plot twist that he got proven wrong, you know, in believing that Alan is a nutter. So it was kind of funny, you know, that reaction when he realized that Alan was actually talking true. I really hope that Barry won't be taken as well, but I feel like at this point anything is possible. But he's been a pretty funny character. Good, doing good. Been playing games with friends and chilling out, and you've been working with streamers, editing into thumbnails. Now making money fully too. Very nice. That's awesome, dude. Sounds very, very good. What kind of games have you been playing today? But yeah, what do you think about Barry Rod? Do you like him?
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
You played Atomic Heart. That's a quite new game, isn't it?
Citizen!
I think I've seen that on Game Pass the other day. Citizen? Ava Aura, welcome in. How's it going? What to do, yeah, when he first played it took a little for you to warm up to him, but once he started getting on board with Alan, he did. He's one of your favorite characters. It's definitely fair. Yeah, I felt quite similar about him, you know. Bit annoyed by him always like constantly calling, but then when he stood up for Alan, you know, and got him out of the sheriff's office, and you could really, you know, tell that he's not just doing this for a client, he's doing this for a friend. Bioshock Infinite but with robots. I mean, doesn't sound bad. I did like Bioshock Infinite when I played it. I think I played through Bioshock Infinite 2 times so far. But never on stream, I don't think. Or maybe in the very early days of my streaming, I'm not sure. I did. It's for sure going. Nice. That's good to hear, Aura. Actually, how many pages do I have left? Not that many. So we should be definitely nearing the end of chapter 3 here soon. Who needs parkour right when you can kick down everything? That's a lovely place. Would love to have a vacation here. Ellen Wreck. Tom. Talk to me on TV. CM and TZ. Thomas Zane. Tom. I curse you, Thomas Zane. Tom is not so Zane. Is it? Ellen sleeping in? It's kind of interesting to see how the animations for moving around are so similar to Control. You mean it makes sense? Yeah, absolutely. There's been definitely a few elements that reminded me quite a bit of what I've seen of Control so far. With the moving objects and stuff as well, you know. Only I guess in Control you are controlling them instead of them flying at you. Or who knows, maybe it's also the other way around. Classic. Alright then. You can never have too many flare guns. That's very true, yeah. I do love all the flares in this game. Quite helpful. I think my favorite weapon so far has been the flash grenades, because they just kill almost everything that's like close to us. Really helpful. I love watching people play games like this because you never will. You're easily prone to nightmares and the intensity would go for sure get to you. Yeah, it's definitely fair, you know. It's definitely nicer watching somebody play a game like that than having to play it yourself. You can just always watch away, you know, or do something else at any time. As a viewer. They really are Rod. Yeah, I've really grown to love him a lot. Your favorite ability in Control is picking up enemies and slamming them into other enemies. You never use the gun. I mean, it's cool that you can do those kind of things, you know. It's nice to have like an alternative way of taking down your enemies. That's a classic song right there.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat. I was close now. I had to...
Another codex page. Leonardo, would you be so kind to decipher this for us? Thank you.
I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Right. It's probably a doctor, like the doctor from AC1. It's alright, you have been a patient for long. Rough there's a Korn song, Dead Bodies Everywhere. I would have to listen to that song again to know if I know it or not. I do love Korn in lots of their songs. Could have also gone with Slam Your Body Down and Wine It All Around, Spice Girls style. That would be an interesting kind of like mix, you know, like in a Wake together, Control together with like Spice Girls. But who knows, maybe it fits really well. Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom. I can't tell you how excited I am to actually get back to Origins. That's a game I'm really looking forward to, especially with a stealth challenge, because I'm not sure actually if I've ever done a stealth challenge on Origins. Like full on for the entire game or missions. I don't think I did.
Here's the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
And to hear that awesome song again. And just jam to it. Press O for hug. Yeah. It's like the unspoken rule in AC2, right? If you miss the hug for Leonardo, you basically gotta start a new save file and play from the beginning again until you get it right. You didn't know Leo could do an American accent? Yeah, he's really full of wonders, you know. A true universalist. He's an inventor, writer, painter. And he can also do all kinds of accents. Hartman? Is that a character mentioned in Control, Aura? But one of the early ones, you think it was on the third album, Follow the Leader. I gotcha. Okay, that's another thing I have to look into. He then actually told us earlier that there's a TV show for Alan Wake on YouTube. That's another thing I have to look into. I'm not quite sure how long it is, but I was thinking if I could maybe like stream that. Depending how long it is. Maybe like after we finish the playthrough. He seems creepy as fuck. I mean, yeah. He doesn't seem very trustworthy. 30 minutes? That's true, it's a live-action prequel to the events and experiences. Ah, okay. In that case, I'm definitely gonna watch it afterward, just so I don't get any potential spoilers, I guess. But yeah, I might actually showcase that.
Get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Wait! Are you? Wake?
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
No! Get away! I'm sorry. Please, lady. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make a play ball. You see? To get him writing for us. Please. Please. Oh. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Ah! Ah!
Requiescat in pace. I gotta love how the episodes end. Like every single ending for the episodes were really, really good. Makes excited for more.
What a wretched life.
Okay, I'm gonna skip the song here because it's gonna be flagged in the video.
I was cut
Previously on Alan Wake. I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Episode 4, The Truth.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice. There you go, Alan. Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you're lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus.
Jesus. I really hope that's not the case, you know, that he's like actually suffering from mental illness and that his wife has died. I hope that's just one of the nightmare scenarios here.
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now? Feeling calm?
Yeah. I see you brought your pet gorilla with you. So sure, I'm calm. I get the message. Loud and clear.
Quite right. That's the spirit. You're being very brave, Alan. I understand you're confused. I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for it.
Big of you.
Now, why don't you come with me? We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good.
Alright, that's unfortunate. In a way, going down with a sickness. Good one. That's not how schizophrenia works. Yeah, could be, I guess, a hint that maybe the doctor is really just talking out of his ass, you know? And just trying to find a reason. Who knows? I hope the doctor isn't right. But Ellen, wake up. You're hungover. Too much whiskey in the coffee in those thermoses. He sure does love his coffee, and now we know why. One little thing that I actually like in this game is how a lot of the things are kind of like having like rectal physics, right? Kind of like that you can, you know, move this chair around and stuff. But yeah, now that we finished chapter 3, this is where we're gonna call it for today, because I just want to get through this chapter so we can start fresh into chapter 4 next time on Alan Wake, which is gonna be next week. Because tomorrow we will make a start on the next game in our NU AC series run with AC Brotherhood. We're gonna be starting our all mission objectives plus Dove challenge. And yeah, I'm actually super excited for it because that's been the game that I've been looking most forward to actually to play in the Ezio trilogy. And yeah, I'm looking forward to some frustration, I guess, in some of the missions. But overall, I think it's going to be a really good time. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, Rod. You're definitely happy with the progress here of getting 2 chapters done. So now we should be about halfway through the game, right? There's like 3 chapters left at this point. So, yeah. About halfway through, I reckon. Let's actually have a look here into these statistics, I guess. Ooh, there's video games in the game. Why haven't I found any of them? Maybe I didn't know what to look for. Doesn't say how far into the game I am. But yeah, it must be about halfway through, right? We have 43 out of 106 pages and we missed a few. So yeah. Or like he could have said the trauma from losing your wife triggered a psychotic episode and that would have sound more believable. But saying he's suffering from undifferentiated schizophrenia is just fake. I gotcha. Well, yeah, I hope it's not true then, you know. Because, yeah, would be a better way to handle that. No worries, Aura. Thank you also for being here today. The liberation of Roma will begin soon. Very, very soon. And yeah, I'm gonna make sure we hear that a lot in the game. And very soon, because I need all the assassin help I can get my hands on for the stealth challenge. I don't think we're gonna unlock it tomorrow, because it's actually quite a bit into the game before we unlock the Brotherhood system. That's right, about halfway. That's those only appear in the second DLC episode. Okay, I gotcha. Well then, I guess we're gonna need another 1 to 2 streams to finish the game. Either one long one or 2 shorter ones. Yeah, quite happy with that. You may not use your psychology degree, but you still know some things. That's definitely fair, Aura. That's really cool that you used to study psychology. But yeah, let's go ahead and quit here. I'm gonna have a look who's online and who we can rate today. Let's have a look. Seems like Ronnie is playing some more AC Chronicles. Some Chronicle China. Okay, I think we're gonna go and have a look over to Ronnie, see how he's enjoying Chronicle China today. I think he's very close to finishing the game actually. Must be like second last or last level at this point. However, before I go, I want to give a couple of shoutouts. Or it was your only interesting major. You thought you would be a therapist, didn't work out. Yeah, that's definitely fair too, you know, like sometimes it's just not possible to do exactly what you intended to do. But, you know, who knows where life might lead you eventually. Or what the psychology degree might be, you know, good for in the long run. But I want to give a shout out to Mola and highly recommend him. He's currently doing a playthrough of Hogwarts Legacy, a very new game that's kind of like action RPG style, where you can like build up your own character in the Harry Potter universe. He's also been playing Assassin's Creed with Black Flag and Freedom Cry. And every weekend you can catch and play community games like Goose Goose Duck and others. So definitely check out that. 1 week from Detroit Become Violent. Oh yeah, dude. Looking forward to it. It's gonna be a good time. And yeah, no worries, dude. Happy to give you a shout out. Also wanna give a shout out to the Cinder. The Cinder's been playing some Dying Light. It's kind of like a parkour meets horror, kind of like survivor game. She's really into first person games too, like Bioshock Infinite, Dishonored and many others. Also check out Maxi. Maxi has been playing AC Syndicate as well as Yakuza Like a Dragon recently. And also check out Rod 2, who's another massive fan of Alan Wake. You can usually catch and play that game at least once a year. And he's also really into the other games of the series too, like Control. And he's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed as well, so every weekend you can catch and play through his annual series run. Currently with also the Ezio trilogy. So yeah, check out that too if you want to catch more of those games that I'm playing too. For now though, we're gonna go and raid over to Ronnie. So if you want to come by and join us off raid, here's some raid emotes you can copy and paste if you like. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow with the start of AC Brotherhood. So until then, I hope everybody's having a good rest of your day. And I will catch you all very soon. And no worries, Rod. More than happy to give you a shout out too. We will catch you soon as well for your stream. And yeah, I will see you over at Ronnie's